over 116, then you less for me that. So adjust that for me. 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 So that should be 119, 172. 119, 172. So get for me total output VAT. Total output VAT. So get for me the total output VAT. Total output VAT. So get for me what's called the total output VAT. So we have it as 473, 473, 931. 473, 931. Is that correct? Then you can get the input VAT. If that figure is correct, input V VAT. Input VAT. So we have what we call the item, so what you call supply. We have the amount. We have the amount. We have the VAT rate. Then you have the VAT. Then you have the VAT. So give me a yes if we are together. Give me a yes if we are together. Is it 360? Yes, get for me the VAT on that. Get for me the VAT on that. So what is the VAT on that? What is the VAT on that? The VAT on that. So good people, what is the VAT on that? So that is 49,655. 49,655. 49,655. So the next one should be what to call electricity. Electricity. Based on our adjustments on electricity. Based on our adjustments. VAT. Which figure goes VAT? VAT. VAT. So that was 150. So 150. 16 over 116. So get for me that 16 over 116. Get for me that. What is the VAT on electricity? So that should be 2690. 2690. 2690. 2690. So then we have what we call the next, we call it computer purchased. So say fuel consumed by partner, that was private. Computer purchased. Computers. We had a figure of 240. 16 over 116. So what is a computer? So you have it as 33, 33, 103, 33, 103, 33, 103, 33, 103, 33, 103. So then we say that the Wadi, as we should paid rent for the month of November, amounting. So we have the rent 180. We have 16 over 116. 180. We have 16 over. So that should be 24, 8, 28. 24, 8, 28. So what do we have? Is there any item that I've left? Total input VAT. Total input VAT. Total input VAT. Total input VAT. So give me the total input VAT. So 128,276. Somebody to confirm what some keys are. 128,276. 128, 128,276. Respond to this. 128,276. So get VAT payable, stock order called refundable. So that is output 345,655. That question is done. Is that question perfectly done? If is done. Is that question perfectly done? If that question is at home, you respond with a yes. If that question is, are we together? That question. Then the second part of it, that theory, it talks about the YD associate is planning to engage the financial management consultants from South Africa to facilitate online training on financial management. Advise associate on tax point in respect to such services. So we talked about the tax point. Did you discuss the tax point? And you've been able to talk about what in relation to tax point? How would you advise them? So say it's the earlier of, when service is formed, payment is paid partly or only, or invoice is received altogether. Invoice is received, services, whichever happens first, that basically becomes the tax point. That is basically the explanation on that. Together, we respond to this before we move to the next question. Before we move to the next question, we respond with a yes. Before we move to the next question, is that question on the tax point? If you're to advise, that should be at home. Are we together? That is more of import. But now the concept is the same, is more of importing those services. Do you think for import, what do you say about import? Imports are normally? Wait. Somebody say exempt. Imports. When you carry out an import, what do you do to an import? Team. We don't forget. They're normally exclusive of VAT, not exempted, but exclusive of VAT. But we must all agree, yes, we must all agree as a team that the concept of the tax point is the same, even on application of the import. Is it the same? The concept of the tax point. Is it the same? As the Porter, we agree that the concept of the tax point is basically the same. The Porter, if you're together, you give Mwalimu a yes on that. Yes. If you're together on that, we'll respond with yes. Allow me to pick the next question. Allow me to pick on the next. Yes. Perfect. So I want us to pick, that is August 2025. Turn to August 2025 question. 2025. Turn to August 2025 question. August 2025 question. August 2025 question. August 2025 question. That was a very interesting question. August 2025 question. August 2025 question. So that is question 1B. Are we on it? Are we on it? Thank you. We can do this question before we step for break. Can we do this question before we step for break? This question before we step for break? Yes. So we are being told that Barani Enterprise, we're being told that Barani Enterprise is the value added tax, that is VAT registered business, involved in the sale and distribution of both taxable and exempt supply, for both taxable and exempt supplies, for both taxable and exempt supplies. So the following transactions are recorded in the books of the company. The following transactions are basically recorded in the books of the company. So the following transactions are basically recorded in the books of the company. And say for the month of April 2025, for the month of April 2025. So one, sales at standard rate, that is a figure of 1,160,000. What is that? 160,000. What is that? That's an out. Then we say sales made as exempt supplies, 400,000. So the sales made, we call it sales made, sales made as exempt, that is purchase of stationery on credit, 116. So somebody asked a question, does credit affect her? Somebody is asking for something, does credit? So let me see what Summit is. Will the credit terms affect? No. Credit will not affect. Even credits, we claim on that together. So then we have the next. We have what you call purchase of fuel for a company car. Purchase of fuel for a company car. Purchase of fuel for a company car. So how would you treat it? But I want us to turn that, are we together? Question and number, are we together? I want us to, on that together, there's something on that together. I want to correct it so that it makes more sense. Say that purchase of, don't say company car, of saloon cars. Well, saloon cars, well. Are we together? Purchase of saloon car. To make it more interesting, purchase of saloon cars. I've fixed something on that. Purchase of saloon cars, well. Well, are we together? Purchase of saloon cars, well. Together. Purchase of saloon car. I've said I want to bring something very interesting on that. Are we together? So that the information makes it more. Yes. Purchase of saloon cars. Wait first. I've not said no VAT. I've just said purchase of saloon car. I have not said, have I said no VAT on it? Have I said that? I have not. I've just said purchase of saloon cars well. Is that okay? So don't say no VAT or any. I've not said that. Is that noted? Please, we respond with a yes if that information is clear. I hope I'm clear. I've not said no VAT. I've not said anything. I've just said purchase of saloon car well. Then we have what's called payment of entertainment expense for plant. That is 58. We have it as 58. Payment of entertainment expense for plant. Payment of entertainment expense for the plant. That is 58. So entertainment. VAT Act for 2013. Entertainment, accommodation, catering. How do you treat them? VAT Act 2013. Entertainment, how would we? That should be exempted. Together, team, that should be exempted. Are we together? That should be exempted. Perfect. So then look up next. Purchase of saloon car for director. Purchase for saloon car for directors. 1,160,000. 1,160,000. How would you treat that? 1,160,000. So, director, is that a business expense? Is that a business expense or a private expense? That's a private expense. Now tie it to the saloon car fuel. So if you tie it to a saloon car fuel, what does now the saloon car fuel basically means? Saloon car fuel. Saloon car fuel. Saloon car fuel. So it becomes also a private expense altogether. Are we together? So it's also exempted from VAT because that also becomes a private expense together. Exempted from VAT because that also becomes a private expense together. You see, sometimes we say that sometimes. Are we together? Mercy. Sometimes when I change questions, I just bring another notion, maybe something that you did not see as you. Are we together? Mercy, are you together with me? That is what I'm saying. Are we together? Yes. So the fuel, it becomes non-deductible, restricted or non-deductible. The word is non-deductible. The word should be non-deductible input VAT. That is the correct one. The non-deductible input VAT. Together, some kids. The word is non-deductible input VAT. The word is non-deductible input or restricted amounts, particular. Non-deductible input VAT or the restricted amount. Is that not the Zipporah? Give me yes, Zipporah, if you're together. Yes, that becomes the correct one for it. So then we proceed to the next. We have been told that imported raw materials with custom and VAT paid, imported raw materials with customs and the VAT paid. What is the VAT paid? And the VAT paid, look at that, and the VAT paid was shillings 230. We have it as 230, and the VAT paid was 232,000. Imported raw materials with custom and VAT paid was basically, we have it as, and the VAT paid is 232. Then you have the next, we've been told repair. Repairs, we have it as a repair. We have it as repair. To deliver a truck, to deliver a trucks, used exclusively for distribution. Delivery trucks used exclusively for distribution. That is 58,000. Then we have what's called purchase of goods. Look at this, purchase of goods. Purchase of goods. So we call it purchase of goods. Used in both, look up, used in both exempt and taxable supplies. The figure is 348. What do you think about that? I'm very much interested on that. Used for exempt, and what we call taxable supplies. That's a very interesting one. Exempt and taxable supplies. Exempt and taxable supplies. So we say that used for what we call supplies. So we say that used for what we call used for goods purchased and supply, 348. How would you deal with this? So on this figure, what should you do with that figure? If we talk about that figure, there should be apportionment. That should basically carry apportionment. We call it apportionment. So that figure should basically be apportioned. So rent for business premise, rent for business premise to a landlord registered for VAT, shillings 116. Shillings 116. Oh no, all amount for both. Yes, we are supposed to apportion because on that amount we're saying that both exempt and taxable supply. Are we together? What should we allow? We should allow for the taxable supply. For the taxable supply. Are we together? Yes. So we ensure that rent for business premise to a landlord registered for VAT shillings 160. So what is that for that rent as the last information? For the last information. For the last information for that. So that's an input. I want us to read additional information and be very keen on those additional information as I read those additional information. Kindly, I want us to be very keen. So the first additional information, so it means that company uses turnover-based apportionment on the mixed item. So it uses what? Turnover. Do we understand that? A company uses what we call turnover-based apportionment for the input VAT on the mixed. Are we together? So what are we going to say? We are basically saying the turnover that is taxable supplies over total supplies times the VAT on mixed apportionment. Mixed apportionment. Together, team, on the mixed apportionment. That is what we call turnover apportionment. Together. Perfect. So then lastly, we have what we call transactions are inclusive of value-added tax, are inclusive of value-added tax at the rate of 16%. At the rate of 16%, we say at the rate of 16%, where applicable. So when you talk transactions are inclusive of VAT at the rate of 6%, where applicable. So when you talk transactions are inclusive of VAT at the rate of 16%, what do we use? What do we use? We use 16 over 116. I want us to do one at least. Before I give you a breather, let's do one, the first part of it. Allow me to do the first one is when I give you a small breather. Allow me to do the first one, then I give you a breather. So number one required, compute what's called output, VAT for the month of April. So just do output. One is output, VAT for what I call for the month of what I call of April. Output VAT. Is there anything tricky on that number one? So for the formula, we say taxable supplies. What is taxable supply? This is standard rate plus what? Plus zero rate. But when it comes to total supplies would now be standard plus zero plus supplies, VAT on the mixed supplies. So mixed apportionment, look at the mixed apportionment is additional information, number 25, additional April 2025. So that is mixed apportionment together. Thank you, Harriet. Somebody else? Are we seeing additional information number 25, April 2025? Perfect, if we are together. And we're getting ready for exam. We shouldn't panic. We are getting ready. I want us to do this is when I give you a small break. So look up the first one on the output VAT. Is there anything tricky there? Is there anything tricky on that? And you're given 2 marks. The examiner to compute what's called output VAT. Is there anything tricky? Nothing tricky. If we do it very fast. So this is item. So what we call supply. We have amount. We have the VAT rate. Then you have what's called the VAT. So the sales, we have standard rate sales. Standard rate sales. What is the figure for the standard rate sales? So the figure for the standard rate sales, give me the figure for the standard rate. What is the figure, Samikis? I want the figure. The figure is not 160. The figure for the standard rate sales, that is 1,160,000. 1,160,000. What is the rate that we're using based on this question? Are we using 16 over 100 or 16 over 116? What are we using? 16 over 116. So what do we get? 16 over 116. What do you have? Exempt supply. What is the figure for the exempt supply? The figure is it 400,000? So we have a dash and a dash. So what is the total output VAT? Total output VAT. What is the total output VAT? Give me the total output VAT. So the total output VAT is 1. That gives us 160. Together, that gives us a figure of 160. Are we together? So with that, the end point is this and this. So if you do that, you have your 2 marks. Is that 2 marks a walkover? That 2 marks, is it a walkover? So take a breather, we come back. I want us to take a breather, and we come back. Take a breather, then we come back. Oh, everybody's in. So we get to the second part. We get to the second part. Together, we get to the second part. We get to determine total input VAT incurred and identify which amounts are restricted under VAT Act of 20. We have it of 2013. So we get the total input and get the ones that are restricted, amounts that are basically restricted. Total input, and we get input and we get amounts that are restricted. So we have items, stock supplies. So purchase of goods for resale. The figure is that is 580. What is the VAT rate? 580. VAT rate. What are we using as our VAT rate? 16 over 116. So we have 16 over 116. So get for me that. So get for me that. So that should be 80. So 80. So you have stationaries. So what is the figure for the stationery? So that should be 116. So what do you have? 16 over 116. Give me that for the stationery. Somebody says 16? 16K. Somebody gives it a 16K. So saloon car, we have saloon car purchase of saloon car for director, saloon car for directors, So what is the figure we are having for that? So what should be that? So 160. But you also notice this is non-deductible or restricted. This is another example. So that is restricted. So we proceed to the next. We have imported raw materials. So what are we going to use? Are we still going to use 16 over? Are we still going to use 16 imported raw materials? That should be 16 over 100. So get for me, what do you have 16 over 100? 16 over 100. We just do away with this line. 16 over 100. So get me that 16 over 100. 16 over 100. So that should be 37 120.
Wasn't the 232,000? It's Harriet. I'm asking, wasn't the 232,000 equivalent to 16 over 100?
Yes, so that's 16 over 100 because that's input.
No, it said that the VAT paid was 232,000, right?
I think that was one of the mistakes. It appears like that, but remember the VAT is not there on that. So just clarify that as clarity on that. The 232 is without VAT. I think the way the examiner sets it, that was the issue. So just note that those figures, those are not VAT. Is that okay? Instruction on it. Are we together?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Yes. So are we together? Zipporah. There's something on Zipporah. Zipporah. Are you answered, Zipporah? Respond with a yes if you're together. Zipporah, are we together? Zipporah, are we together? Perfect if you're together. Leave any person behind. So then we come to the next, we have what's called, we have this, we have this, we have, so we have the next, we have repairs, 58, repairs 58, 16 over 116, 16 over 116. We're saying, based on VAT, Florentina, based on VAT Act 2013, we talked about restricted on the non-deductible input VAT. These are purchases that we cannot claim input VAT on. A given example was on catering, entertainment, accommodation, and the private expenses. That is what you call the restricted or the non-deductible input VAT. Together, I'm repeating. Get for me that, then I repeat. Rent. Get for me for the rent. So for the rent, it's 16. So when you talk about restricted, based on the VAT Act of 2013, are we together? Based on the VAT Act of 2013, we're saying that they are expenses that we cannot offset against the output VAT, and we call them the non-deductible input VAT. A given example, we talked about catering, accommodation. We have accommodation, entertainment, and then accommodation. We have accommodation, entertainment, and then we have the private expenses. That is explanation. Joy, are we together? Joy, if you're together, we respond with a yes. Joy, are we together? Thank you so much if we're together. So then we have the option, but remember, I've not put the lookup because that basically we need to apportion altogether. That has to be a portion. So the question is, lookup team has to be a portion. So the question is, lookup team. Now I tell you why this question. Yes, Sami Keys, are you there? Just a minute. Somebody says gross. No, I'm saying, Jacinta, if you look at that figure 232, I'm just saying that the person who tested it, that figure should be without VAT, because if you calculate the VAT, then what is the essence? What is the student going to do? I think it appears like the VAT is already there. But I'm saying, treat it as a figure without. That is not VAT, but that is a gross figure, not VAT. Are we together? VAT is not charged. Jacinta, give me a yes if you're together. That is what I've said. Jacinta. So, and then we say that for import we say they're normally exclusive of VAT. Jacinta, I want us to be together. Jacinta, are we together? You're the one we're waiting for. You are the one we are waiting for. Jacinta, are we together? Jacinta, you're the one we're waiting for. If you're together, you give Mwalimu yes. So we're just saying, you see, for imports are normally exclusive of VAT. So VAT is not on that figure. Are we together? That's why we're using 16 over 100. I want you to respond, Jacinta. If there's anything that needs clarification so that we move away from there. Jacinta, you are the one we're waiting for. Kindly assist us to assist you. Kindly assist us to assist you. Kindly assist us to assist you. Is Jacinta there? She's not in. We had the mix. She has asked and left. We are very sorry. Then we have purchase of goods. We had the purchase of what we call goods. This is the mixed. So mixed was basically 348. So we have 16 over 116. So what is that figure? But we need to know that this should be apportioned. So get for me that. So get for me that mixed. That should be 48. So that should basically be apportioned. So the essence of this, why have I done the whole thing? Why have I done the whole thing? Because the examiner says, determine the total input VAT. I know guys were wondering, determine the total output VAT. So we give everything away together. That's why we've gotten that. Is that understood, Zipporah? So now we get to the other part and tell us which amounts are restricted under. Which amounts are restricted? Amounts restricted. So now we go to amounts restricted. So we go to the amounts. We call it amounts restricted. Restricted. So the amounts restricted, we have saloon car fuel. Amount restricted is 12 that. Then we have entertainment. Entertainment is 8. Then we have what we call purchase. Saloon car for directors. Saloon car for what we call for the directors. So what is that figure? Purchase for saloon car for the director. So what is 160? So what is the amount restricted? Get for me the amount restricted. Get for me the amount restricted. What is the total amount that is restricted? Get for me the amount restricted. Get for me the amount restricted. What is the total amount that is restricted? The total amount that is basically restricted. The total amount that you say is restricted is restricted. Look up, Tim. I want us to get back there. So look up, Tim. Get back there. Are we together? Sonic is, look up. Imported goods with custom and VAT. There was already VAT on that. Imported goods. Sonic is, I don't know why we were seeing, but very interesting. Imported raw materials with custom and VAT. With custom and VAT. Are we together? With custom and VAT. So that should just be 16 over 100 because the examiner has told us with custom and VAT. Zipporah, are you saying that? Naomi, with custom and VAT. It's okay. We understood with custom and VAT. So VAT is already there. So get for me that. And I think that what Nani raised, what Jacinta raised, that was the very. So because it's very clear with custom and VAT. Is that understood, Mercy, Harriet? Naomi, I need to mention everybody so that we must be fair. Maina, I've not been mentioning Maina. Maina, are we there? I hope you're there. Thanks. So then that should be 32. Are we together? That is with VAT. The examiner is very clear with VAT. I hope now you have us there with VAT. So what is the total amount restricted? Total amount restricted. So amount restricted, we have it there. So that should be total amount restricted is 180. Yes, is that okay? Total amount restricted, that is on 180. So we respond to this. So that part 2 is done. The part 2 is done. So the part 2 is done. The part 2 is done. So the part 2 is done. So give me a yes if part 2 is done. Then we go to the next, calculate allowable input VAT. Allowable, we call it allowable input VAT claimable. So already we have the whole thing. So we just simply come and pick purchase for resale. For resale, we don't need to calculate again because we had 80. Do we need to calculate it again? We don't need. Are we together? We had the stationery. Stationery. What is the stationery? That was 16. We don't need to get the VAT again. Imported. Imports. It was with VAT. Import with VAT, that should be 32. Respond to the yes if you're together. Import with VAT, that should be 32. Then we had what's called repairs. We had repairs. What is the figure for the repairs? Repairs should be 8,000. Are we there? Should be 8,000. Repairs should be 8,000. Repairs should be 8,000. Then we have the rent. Rent is how much? What is the figure for the rent? For the rent, what is the rent? Rent is, so the rent is 16K. So this one will hold it because we have to apportion this. So get for me this total that is allowed. Before we apportion that, get for me the total before we apportion. That you cannot take it as a whole because that needs to be apportioned. That needs to be apportioned. That needs to be apportioned. It needs to be apportioned, so you can't take it as a whole. Can you take it as a whole? You can't take it as a whole. You can't. So you can't take it as a whole. So we're having 152. So when you're apportioning that, what did you say about the standard rate cells when you're apportioning that figure? What did you say on the standard rate cells as we apportion? So we said that the standard rate cells should be, the standard rate cells, give me the figure for the standard rate cells. For the standard rate cells, the figure, so that's 1 million. 1 million. Is that zero rated? Is that zero rated in this question? So this is the taxable supplies. This is the taxable supply. Taxable supply. So then we get the total supplies. Total supply should be standard plus exempt together. So the standard is 1 million. The standard is 1 million. Exempt is 400,000, giving us a total of 1.4. Give me a yes, giving us a total of 1.4. Give me a yes, giving us a total of 1.4. Tafadhali, that is the total supply. Everybody with me? So then we restrict now. On restriction, you're going to have taxable supplies, which is 1 million over 1.4 times what? times 48. So we have the mixed. So what is the deductible? Deductible for that. So mixed apportion. What is the figure? Get me the figure. Get me the figure. Get me the figure. So we call it, that was basically mixed apportion. So what should be the figure? So that should be 34. So we have it 34 to 86. So not the whole amount is taxable altogether. We only pick for a portion for the taxable supplies. So what is the total input VAT now? Total input VAT. Give me the total input VAT if you had. The total input VAT, this should be 186 to 86 to 86. 186 to. So we had the VAT payable or refundable. So we talk about VAT payable or refundable. So we have the VAT payable is or refundable. So what is the output VAT? Output was it 160 minus input, which is 186 to 86. So it's a VAT refund. What is the refund? When you talk about VAT refund, what is the refund? Give me the figure for the refund. $26 to 86. 26 to 86. Sammy kids, where should I pardon you? Where should I pardon you, Sammy kids? Is it on this? We said that look up. So for the goods, purchase of goods in both exempt and taxable supply was 348. So we got the VAT on it was 48 altogether. But the deductible or the VAT that you can claim for that, we apportion. How do we apportion? We say taxable supplies over total supplies. So for the taxable supply, because we don't have zero rated, yes, not 104. Exempt was 400,000. Sami kids, exempt was 400,000. So we have 1.4. Sami kids, 1.4. So standard rate was 1 million. Exempt was 400,000. So we have a total of 1.4. So 1 million over 1.4 times 48 to get the deductible input form. So 1 million over 1.4 times 48 to get the deductible input VAT from the mixed purchase that were exempt and taxable, we get 34. So we get the total input to be 186 to 86. So we're getting a refund of 26 to 86. Yes, that should be. But it was adjusted. That was adjusted. Some are being adjusted. Yes, I know it was adjusted. I know it was adjusted. It was adjusted. That question was adjusted. It was not only 7 marks. How many marks was it? It was not only 7 marks. It was adjusted to more. Yes. Yes. So it depends on those who are marking exam. So sometimes some are being adjusted. So it depends on those who are marking exam. So sometimes some are being adjusted, some can be lowered. It depends, but this was adjusted for sure. It was adjusted. So we can close it there. So when are we meeting on Friday? On Friday, when are we meeting? On Friday, when are we meeting? So that I plan. You also plan me much earlier. Is it 10 or 6 or 5 in the morning? Yes. Run a poll so that the majority can have their, yes, so that we be fair. Yes. You just create a poll and run that poll. Yes. Yes. That's okay. If the majority says that time, then when we shall do the class at that time, so that you have your free time much earlier on a Friday. So God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Yes, we must record. Have you ever seen a class that is not recorded? We record. Jacinta, I'm getting back to you. There's a question that you gave me. Yes, I'm getting back to you. Jacinta, are you there? There's a question that Jacinta gave me, I think. I have not. Jacinta, are you there? Is she there? Joy, is Jacinta there? There's a question she asked me on. Is Jacinta there? I think she's not there. So I think I'll meet her in the next class. Let her reach me. Tell her to reach me. Joy, make sure you tell Jacinta to reach me. Is that not a Joy? So we can close it here. So maybe Amikis, can you organize a revision for the class, for our class? You can split it into two or agree. You can split it into two or you just revise the team. You arrange your time, then you meet together and discuss questions. Are we together as a team before you? So agree as a group, then you join hands so that you can.
So,
we can have
like
a
I
team
was
that
saying,
discuss.
welcome once again.
So I beg to close it there.
We
God bless you,
would like
and
to
God bless our class.
God
start
bless
our
you.
objective.
So
VAT, that is,
and our
that
objective
is
is quite simple.
So God bless you.
We'll go
and God bless our
through
class. We can start with
the
another
syllabus
Thank you.
as guided by beginning with areas which you feel you haven't covered well. So, as part of that understanding, I'd like to share maybe our outline briefly, then we'll go through the outline and you let me know what you have covered. Let me just share that very quick. That would really inform us. Through, I think the best would be, as I take us through this outline, you will briefly write for me in the public chat, just in brief, the areas you feel we should give preference. Otherwise, all the areas are important, and it doesn't mean that what you have done we cannot redo. I'm sharing that, then take note of them. So we've got equations, sequences, and series. We have matrices. And as we do that, also look at the contents. It is important to go through the contents. For example, if we talk about matrices, you can see there is the addition, subtraction, and multiplication determines problems. So I would want you, don't go into the contents, but you will write for me in brief through the public chat the topics you feel we should give preference. Otherwise, I know the approach to take, but I also want to get from your side. We have got commercial arithmetics or mathematics. Commercial mathematics, you can view that. From commercial mathematics, we've got introduction to statistics. The introduction to statistics, it has been extended I think this one covers collection and presentation of data. There is the descriptive statistics part of it. Then from introduction to statistics, statistics covers the introduction bit of it, collection and presentation of data, descriptive statistics, all that is within statistics. And you can see descriptive statistics is very key, composed of measures of central tendency, measures of dispersion, the measures of skewness, and finally measures of kurtosis. Then set theory. Again, you can see. Then operation of sets, and then Venn diagrams. Basic probability theory. Basic probability theory. And then finally, index numbers. So that is the entire scope of our work. So maybe for the purpose of guidance, you can identify, based on this content, you can identify which areas you feel are totally new, which areas you feel are totally new to you, totally new. I think that would be best. So which topics are totally new to you, such that we'll be able to give them preference. So I'm again repeating that is index numbers, basic probability theory, set theory, descriptive statistics. There is from descriptive and the best.
Mr. Nicholas,
Yes.
my chat box is not working unless I log out and then log in again.
No, just speak up. I can hear you.
Okay. Can we briefly cover the topic of equations today? Because I've gone through that and I think I need to understand more, especially the calculus part.
Okay. Yes, I think that is in order. So, yeah, that is the guidance and approach I really wanted us to have. And once we all understand together, it becomes so easy. So I think let's start it off. And the good thing is that we can be able to cover as many concepts as possible if we know what we are aiming at. So we will embark on the understanding of equations, generally speaking, and then I will place much emphasis on calculus. And to best do this, I prefer the use of illustrations from the past paper. So again, I will be showing us what we need to pick for the understanding. But allow me, having said so, to introduce the basic concept of business calculus, then just as a reminder, then we'll go back to the worked examples. So I would refer to it as business calculus or simply calculus or simply calculus. So generally, the term calculus, it is a branch of mathematics which studies the rate of change. That is how one variable changes when another one is changed. So the rate of change is the concern of business calculus. Now, there are two branches of calculus which I would want to mention briefly. And the first one is what we call the differential calculus. Differential calculus. Now, differential calculus is commonly referred to as, of course, I want to use the common term. So differential calculus into bracket dy dx. So dy dx, we are assuming two variables, one is y and the other one is x. So the process of finding the change in y due to changes in x is what we call differential calculus. So when we write dy dx, it is interpreted as the change in y due to changes in x. How is the factor or variable y going to change whenever we change the x values? So in simple terms, this branch of calculus is simply denoted as dy dx, finding derivatives. So this is the process referred to as finding of derivatives. Finding derivatives. Now, that was not visible. X is the process of finding. This is finding derivatives. We refer to it as the process of finding derivatives. So when we say dy dx, what we are doing is to find something called derivatives. Like I've explained it, it tells us how y is changing whenever we change x values. Now, what is it that we need to know? And I would want to make reference to very important rules which will guide us. So there is what we call the basic rule. Basic rule. At any given time, we will have to remember the basic rule of finding derivatives. The basic rule states as follows. If suppose y is defined as x raised to power n. Let's assume y is defined as x raised to power n, then the derivative of y with respect to x, that is the dy dx, is obtained as follows. N, that is the power, times the coefficient of x, the power minus 1. So the derivative is given by this answer, being this power we multiply by the coefficient of x. Then the power, from the power we deduct 1. That would mean, for example, now if we pick real case or numbers, if we have y equal to power 3, for example, then 3x raised to power 3 minus 1, and that gives me 3x squared. That would be the resulting derivative of the function. That would be the resulting derivative of the function y equals x power 3. So this becomes an important rule which is used in finding derivatives, the basic rule. Now, whereas that is the basic rule, the other important rule is what I call the constant rule. Constant rule. Now, as concerns the constant rule, we are saying if y equals k, where k is a constant, then the dy dx is 0. In other words, the derivative of a constant is 0. And by the way, what we mean by a constant is that it is any integer, any number. Whether it is a positive or negative number, it would be, its dy dx is 0. In other words, what we are saying is simple. Even if you have, say, y on that note, if you have, say, y is 1,000, now the 1,000 here is the constant. Whether you have y equals 2, that is a constant. So in either case, the dy dx is 0. So for a constant, it has got no derivative. A constant has no derivative. And remember, we are saying the derivative should tell us how is y changing when we change x values. Therefore, if you are dealing with a constant will have 0 as the derivative. Now, that becomes the first branch of calculus. We are going to look into the examples, but let me explain the second branch briefly. So that is the first part, differential calculus. Let me now go to the second part. Then we'll go straight into the worked examples. So the second part is known as integral calculus. And this one is alternatively referred to as integration. Integration is the alternative word for that. So I would want to say simply that this is the opposite. Integral calculus is the opposite of differentiation. In other words, it is the reverse of differential calculus as we have done it. What I would want us to note is that integral calculus would be indicated by this symbol. There is a symbol which appears like that. N, x power n, dx. So I would want us just to use that for the purpose of clarity. In the case of integration, we will see symbols which appear like this. And that's respect to x. So the result of integration should be given as follows: x raised to power n plus 1. Now you add 1. Instead of deducting 1, it comes to x raised to power n plus 1. Then divide that term by the sum of n plus 1 plus c. If it comes to, I will explain, I will clarify when we take examples, but I want us to get it right first. So the integration of x power n with respect to x, I was saying, how do we read this? What I've written here, it is read as integrate x with respect, the bracket dx is interpreted as with respect to x. So we are finding the integration of this function with respect to x, and from what I've stated, it would be given by x raised to power n plus 1 all over n plus 1. Can I give a quick example? A quick example should appear like this. Integrate, find dx. Find 3x squared dx. So the result here should be as follows: 3x raised to power 2 plus 1 all over 2 plus 1, and that would give us 3x power 3 divided by 3, and the answer is C. Sorry, I don't know why I have to use the right hand side so much. Let me try to balance. Let me just repeat what I've said. Our example, you can view our example here. So we said 3x squared dx. So the result should be 3x power 2 plus 1 all over 3, that is 2 plus 1 is 3, plus c. And the 3 cancels out, so that we are now left with x power 3 plus c. Now, I was just writing this one for us to be able to interpret. Otherwise, if you know what we are doing, you may not even have to indicate it is 2 plus 1 to be able to interpret. Otherwise, if you know what we are doing, you may not even have to indicate it is 2 plus 1. You will go straight away, because basic rule of integration. It is the basic rule. When we say the basic, it means the most important rule. The primary rule of integration states as we've written it here. Now, the second rule is the constant rule. Constant rule of integration. Constant rule. Let me define the constant rule. And I go straight into an example. Integrate k dx. Now k is the constant. So the integration of k, where k is a constant, is supposed to give us kx plus c. And a quick example would be, if we are told to integrate 5 with respect to x. Find the integral of 5 with respect to x. The answer would be 5x plus c. Now, somebody may ask, why do we add c? I think that is a very possible question. And we may also be interested in knowing, why is it that after integrating, we write plus c? Now, just to answer that, it means is where we do not have a specified value. So that is what it would mean, that indefinite integration is where we do not have a specific value of integration. In the case of indefinite integration, it is where we do not have a specific, actually, you ought to have made it more precise. We do not have a specific numerical value. We can add that word. It is a specific numerical. In the case of indefinite integration, it is the instance where we do not have a specific numerical value of integration. Therefore, we just use plus c. That is a standard way of doing it. Now, to best understand that, let me define the definite integration. So while we have indefinite, I was explaining, like in this example, the constant rule. In our example, we were integrating 5, a constant, with respect to x, and we have seen, we simply say it is 5x plus c. So what is the idea? The idea is that when you write 5x, 5x is not specified. So it becomes an now on that indefinite integration, it is where we have a specific numerical value. It is when we have a specific numerical value of integration. In other words, we'll have a specific result of that process of integration. Now let me give us an example. Allow me to adjust this to 5 for x dx. Let's assume this is the case. I want to explain this. Definite integration, 1, we have defined it. It is where there will be a specific numerical value of integration. Now, symbolically, that may be indicated with the symbol with limits. Now, look at my illustration. This is called the upper limit, and 1 is the lower limit. What is it that we are supposed to do with these limits? That is what I want to explain. Now, from what we have discussed, would be 4x Remember, it is to power 1 plus 1. I know you are aware when it is 4x, the index is 1. The power is 1. The 4x is to power 1. So the result of this integration would be 4x power 1 plus 1 divided by 2. Being 1 plus 1 is 2. And this gives me 2x squared. I hope you can see where 2x is coming from. 2 cancels 4 2 times. Hence, we'll be obtaining 2x to power 2. Now, with the result of 2x to power 2, what we are supposed to do is put in the limits of integration. 2x power 2, look at what I'm doing. Let me use good space. We have obtained 2x power 2. So what are we supposed to do with the limits? Let's just follow. With our result 2x squared, we need now to indicate that the 2x squared, we are now indicating the limits. Upper limit 2, lower, we are now indicating the limits. Upper limit 2, lower limit 1. Now the rule is that x squared, if you replace x with 2, then it will be 2 times 2 squared. 2 squared is 4 times 2 is 8. That is the substitution with the upper limit, minus the substitution with the lower limit, 1. So x squared is just 1. 1 squared is 1. 1 times 2 is 2. And therefore, the definite result is 6. The answer in the case of definite integration, according to our example, should be 6. Now, what we need to understand is that definite integration is applied or used in finding the area under the curve. So we are saying this technique of definite integration, note, definite integral is used in finding the area under the curve. I think as we continue to move on, we are going to see where that is applicable. We shall be able to specifically see where we apply that. Now,
Mr.
yes?
Can you please repeat how you've gotten the lower limit?
The lower limit, I said, in our example, the lower limit is 1. So I said this in order, first of all, we obtained our result of the integration to be 2x squared or 2x power 2. How did I obtain both with the value which is 2? So if it reads 2x squared, basically it is 2 times x squared. And 2 squared is 4. 4 substitution upper limit. What about substitution with lower limit? Lower limit x is 1. And I need to state clearly that 1 squared is 1. So when you have 2x squared and then your x is 1, it means that 1 times 1 is 1. That is the 1 squared. Let me clarify. 2x squared is the same as 2 multiplied by x power 2. 2 multiplied by 1 squared is 2 times 1, which is 2. That is what I obtained 2 here. Now 8 minus 2 is 6.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes. So let's now look at examples from our past paper. I will share that. You will notice that there could be so many questions which we may need to understand how they are tested at this level.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's have a view of that. Then I think we'll be best guided. Okay. Now, I think this is good. Let's just start with this one, because I can see there is so much application. I'm happy that you are in that class, because if you mention about product rule, quotient rule, then it informs me that you have been into the calculus class, such that we can even go straight into interpreting problems which require the application. And look at that question 1, the one I'm sharing already. Already I'm sharing I think we can get started with this one. Number 1, December 2025, question 1. So we are going to answer question 1. Models its marginal cost function for its fleet maintenance services as marginal costs. So I'll pick it, MC equals 6x plus 5. MC as given x, 6x plus 5. And its marginal revenue as the marginal revenue MRX equals 155 minus 4x, where x is the number of weekly maintenance jobs done. The company's fixed cost is 500 shillings. Then let's just do it in a step-by-step understanding. Because I've picked the values, let me stop sharing so that we can have a very good view. Part 1, determine the total cost TC function for the company. Determine the total cost TC for the company. And I think now let's bring our knowledge to solving these problems. And it is the most important thing anyway. to understand, and I will be explaining in a step-by-step approach. So in part 1, the requirement is total cost. Now, there is some theoretical interpretation, I think, and I must have said this in our class, that if you have a marginal cost, what does it mean? So the marginal cost, MC, is defined as cost delta TC due to change in X or output. Alternatively, I said, if marginal cost is the change in total cost due to change in output level, so it is the same as DTC dx. What does it mean? It means for us to have arrived at marginal cost, we differentiated the total cost. Hence, or therefore, for us to obtain the total cost, we need to integrate marginal cost. In very few words, I want you to take note that if you are given marginal cost and you are told to find total cost, then total cost should be given by the integral of MC dx. It is the integration of marginal cost with respect to x, which in this case, we will have to integrate 6x plus 5 dx. Remember, 6x plus 5 is the marginal cost. What does it give us? This gives us, I hope you can now understand what I'm doing. It should give me 6x power 2 all over 2 plus 5x plus c. And this results to 3x squared plus 5x plus c. But in the problem, we were told the fixed cost is 500. We therefore conclude, therefore, total cost should be given by 3x. We therefore conclude, therefore, total cost should be given by 3x squared plus 5x plus 500. The C now corresponds to the fixed cost component, which you simply pick as it is defined in the problem that the fixed cost was 500. So we therefore pick that value of fixed cost and replace it with C. Hence, our total cost function is as I've done it here. Let's look at the choices given. There we are. So you can clearly see that the correct answer determine the total cost function for the company. The total cost function is choice C, which reads 3x squared plus 5x plus 500. Now, on a very light note, sometimes some people deceive themselves by saying, if an exam is multiple choice, then you don't have to worry, you will guess. How do you guess if you don't know what we have done to arrive at TC? what will really inform you to say that TC is not B, but instead it is C, according to this example? Anyway, in very simple terms, I want to encourage us that the examiner it takes effort and understanding, and that is what we are doing now. And for us now, we are learning that there is no magic. We must clearly understand what it entails. And that's why we are doing all this, which is very important. So I think now we have been able, just take note of the application. The application is what I've explained. And we started from saying that integration is the opposite of differentiation. Integration is the opposite of differentiation. And now, if we know that to get marginal cost, we differentiate total cost, then it must be true that to get total cost, we need to integrate marginal cost. And here we are. Can we look at number 2? Question number 2 states, calculate the profit maximizing number of maintenance jobs. Number 2, calculate the profit maximizing number of maintenance jobs. Calculate the profit maximizing number of maintenance jobs. Again, that one is applicable. It is applied, and I believe we must have talked about this in class, but we can repeat for clarity. So we would want to calculate what is called profit maximizing level. Profit level or number of maintenance jobs. And I want to state as follows. It is something we have done in class, but it calls for understanding of the condition. And the condition for profit maximizing level of maintenance, the condition is that marginal revenue must be equated to marginal cost. Normally, this is referred to as the necessary. In technical terms, we call it the necessary condition. So the necessary condition for maximum profits is that the marginal revenue must be equated to marginal cost. Let's do it. If marginal revenue is supposed to be equated to marginal cost, how do we proceed in our problem? Let me return. This was MC. This is MR. So if that's the case, we would proceed as follows. MR 155 minus 4x is supposed to be equal to 6x plus 5. At this point, we need to collect the like terms together. By collecting the like terms, see what I do. 155 minus 5, if 5 crosses, it becomes minus, is equivalent to 6x plus 4x. So, taking positive 5 to this side of the equal sign, it becomes negative. Taking -4, this side of the equal sign, it becomes positive. Such that I have got 150 is equivalent to 10x. To find the value of x, divide both sides by 10. Hence, x jobs. The number of maintenance jobs in Roman 2. Calculate the profit maximizing number of maintenance jobs. Again, we clearly see that choice A is the correct answer. Choice A is the correct answer. We proceed to number 3. The total revenue function, TRX, equals 155x minus 2x squared. That is total revenue function TX. If the company produces at profit maximizing output of x equals 15, the marginal cost is, we are going to answer that together. The total revenue function is that if the company produces at profit maximizing output of x equals 15, the marginal cost is, now number 3 is just too simple. So many words, but very simple. Because if we have to answer it in Roman 3, the marginal cost, and we have even seen how we arrived at it, to obtain 15 jobs, MC still remains to be 6x plus 5. And we are told that the company produces at profit maximizing where x is 15. So the MC should be 6 times 15 plus 5. Our MC comes to 6. 6 multiplied by 15 is 90. By 15 is 90. 90 plus 5 is 95. So you can see how cheap that was. The marginal cost is 95 shillings. Simply substitute with the value of x, profit maximizing level of jobs. So substituting the marginal cost with the value of x, we obtain the marginal cost to be 95 shillings, which is number 4 reads, if the government introduced a tax of 10 shillings per job, if the government introduced a tax of 10 shillings per job, resulting in a new marginal cost function, MC, 6x plus 15, by how many units? By how many units would the new profit maximizing output decrease? I want to repeat that. If the government introduced a tax of 10 shillings per job, resulting in a new marginal cost function, so let me pick the new marginal cost function, MC, new MC, new marginal cost, MCX, 6x plus 15. By how many units would the new profit maximizing output decrease? The question then, the new profit maximizing output. And the government is introducing 10 shillings per job, resulting in new marginal cost. Now, what we need to note is that the condition remains that MR should be equivalent to MC, only that now 155 minus 4x, the MR has not changed, is equivalent to new marginal cost, which has changed 6x plus 15. Collecting like terms, 155 minus 15 is equivalent to 10x. You remember how we arrived at that? Collecting new terms. Hence, 155 minus 15 is 140. 140 equals 10x equals 10x. Divide both sides by 10 by 10. X is 14 jobs. By how many times, by how many units rather, by how many units would the new profit maximizing output decrease? The new profit maximizing output decreases by 1 unit. Choice A, it decreases by 1 unit from 15 jobs. We had worked out that. So you can compare 15 jobs versus 14 jobs.
Can I see the board? Okay.
But I'd like to pick a related concept of business calculus. Then you try out related to what we have discussed. You can try out from your end. I'm just giving a simple 2 for that matter. Just simple 2 tasks. Let me pick them up for us. So this was December 2025. So this was December 2025. Allow me just to pick another simple one. Are you able to on this? This is the year is August 2025. August 2025. I would like you in August 2025 says use the following information to answer question 34 to 36. However, I'd like you to answer 36 deliberately. Can you try 36? Is it possible? I'm sharing 36. Then I can be able to explain for us 34. And yes?
Am I trying it right now or it's going to be an assignment?
No, I want you to try it right now.
Okay.
Question 36 only. 36. I'll be able to explain the other parts, 34 and 35. I've picked on that 36 deliberately. So we see. 36. And once you are done, just alert me.
$1.75.
1.75 units.
I think so.
All right, let's see. Let's see what we come up with. So the TR and TC in thousands of shillings for KF as given. TR (5Q squared plus 9Q). TC 7Q squared, 7Q squared. You would be correcting your work. Plus 2Q, not Q, but 2Q, plus 2Q, plus 6, plus 6. TC 7Q squared plus 2Q plus 6. So we start with number 36. Calculate the output that maximizes profits. Let me stop for the clear view. output that maximizes profits. So maximum profit. Maximum profits is MR must be equivalent to MC. MR is equivalent to DTR DQ, which in this case, our MR should be 10Q plus 9. MCQ, which in this case should be 14Q plus 2. The derivative of a constant is 0. So you now appreciate why we started from that point. Therefore, we say 10Q plus 9 should be equated to 14Q plus 2. Collecting the like terms, 10Q minus 14Q should be equivalent to 2 minus 9. Negative 4Q is equivalent to negative 7. To obtain the value of Q, divide both sides by negative 4 by negative 4. Hence, Q 7 divided by 4. Very good. So the profit maximizing output level is 1.75 units. And again, we learned that there is no guesswork. We just have to interpret, and that is what we have done. So that is well understood. It is quite impressive that we got that correct. I go back to part 1 of that task. Determine the profit function of KF Limited. The profit function is defined as total revenue minus total cost. That is what defines profit. Accordingly, we'll now have 5Q squared plus 9Q, that is our total revenue. We need to minus 7Q squared plus 2Q plus 6. We would want to obtain our profit function. 5Q squared is like to 7, and therefore that gives me negative 2Q squared. 9 minus 2Q is 7Q, so it comes to plus 7Q, that being 9 minus that, minus 6. So accordingly, the resulting profit function is negative 2Q squared plus 7Q minus 6. So you can see the profit function is choice A. Negative 2Q squared plus 7Q minus 6. Choice A. Now, someone who doesn't understand may not tell the difference between choice A and choice C. Now, the break-even quantity, again, I like the interpretation. technically, a firm breaks even where the total revenue is equivalent to total cost. And in our case, at that point, we say the profit function is equated to 0. So at break even, point, profit is equated to 0. That is the theoretical interpretation or understanding I would want us to have. At break-even point, the profit must be equal to 0 because it means total revenue at least is equivalent to total cost, hence profit is equated to 0. What does it mean therefore? The profit function in our case, negative 2q squared plus 7q minus 6 equals 0. The question is, can we be able to solve the quadratic equation? Remember, what we have is quadratic in nature. So we should be able to solve this equation, and the resulting values would be the profit, the output rather, at break-even points. And what is it that we had discussed? So we would want to use the quadratic formula. I know the quadratic formula method. I want to state it in its normal form. X equals minus b plus minus the root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. It's only necessary we have it in mind that instead of x, now we are talking about q in this context. We want to obtain q, but use the quadratic formula method. So if we substitute that, we'll have minus b. Remember, b is the coefficient of q. So minus b is negative 7 plus minus the root of b squared 49 minus 4 times, so we've got minus 4 times negative 2 is positive 8. 8 times negative 6. 8 times 6 is 48. So minus 48. This is divided by 2a, negative 4. Divide by negative 4. 2a is negative 4. Remember, a is the coefficient of q squared. A is the coefficient of q squared, therefore, it is negative 2 times 2, giving us negative 4. The value of q should be minus 7, minus 7, minus 7 plus minus 1, because 49 minus 48 is 1, the square root of 1 is 1, all over negative 4. We conclude that either q equals negative 7 plus 1 all over negative 4, giving me negative 6 all over negative 4. That is 3 all over 2. or Q equals, remember it is plus minus, or Q equals -7 minus 1 all over -4, -8 all over -4, 2. So the possible results are 3 all over 2 units or 2 units. Always quadratic equations will have 2 possible values. Very interesting, there we are, our answer, of course. Very interesting, there we are, our answer, of course, is choice A, 1.5. Recall, 3 all over 2 is the same as 1.5. So Q equals 1.5 units and 2 units. And we have clearly seen our workings. So choice A is the correct answer. Now, April 2025, the question 2 to question 4, that is for your home assignment. Yes, so we are in agreement, April 2025, 2 to 4. April 2025, question 2, all the way through question 4. I believe we have been able to review calculus very well. Now, because we have been talking about equations, I don't want to introduce anything else new, but I'll pick on equations so that we deal with them once and for all. There is so much when it comes to solving quadratic equations. And because we have just solved a quadratic equation just now, is it possible? Is it possible you solve for me number 17, the one I'm sharing? We just want to conclude on those equations. And you can try out for me question number 17, the one I'm projecting here. Yes, try it out. The question number 17. Once you are done, you will let me know, just alert me, and then we continue. And remember, we said in class, when it comes to solving quadratic equations, you can use any formula, any method. You are free to use any method, provided you can get the correct result. And of the methods we discussed, there is the factorization method, quadratic formula method, which is very, very commonly used. Not to forget that you can also use graphical methods. But at least for now, we may think of either factorization method or quadratic formula, Factorization method or quadratic formula method is the most appropriate in this context. Try and see if you can possibly solve for question 17. Yes.
Nimeshindwa. I'm
Where
unable
are
to
you?
solve that.
Sorry?
I'm unable to solve that. I have a different answer from the answers that we are given.
Yes. What is your answer?
Negative 1.5 and 0.16.
Negative 1.5, 0.16, like that. Negative 1.
Yes.
Yes. So okay, let me say this. We cannot conclude that you are unable to do it. We can't conclude that probably what you have done is the right thing. Or if you missed it, we can now do it together. So it states 3x squared plus 4x plus 4x plus 7 minus, not plus, but minus 3x squared plus 4x minus. So let's see what we obtain. X is negative b plus minus b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. That is minus b is negative 4. So look at my substitutions. So B is the coefficient of X, which is now in the formula it is minus B, therefore minus 4 plus minus the root of 16. 4 squared is 16 minus 4 times 3. Minus 4 times 3 is negative 12. Negative 12 times negative 7 is plus. So 12, 7, 14. Yeah, 14 carry 1, 84. So plus 84, all divided by 2a. 2a is 6.
Mr. Nicholas,
Yes?
can you please simplify how you've gotten 84? I think that's where I've gone wrong.
Look at the formula. The formula reads of quadratic equations remain the same way we know it, plus bx plus the general form. So if you are making reference to a, according to this problem, it is 3. Such that you have negative 4 times 3, negative 12. But it is multiplied by c, which in this case is the constant term, and apparently it is a negative value. Such that now minus 12 times negative 7 becomes positive. It's the reason I'm adding plus 84. 12 times 7 should be 84. 14 carry 1. Sorry. Yes, 84. 14 carry 1, 7 plus 1, 84.
Yeah, it's 84. It's 84.
So that's where I'm getting that 84 from, divide by 6. And let me try to simplify that. 16 plus 84. 100. And the square root of 100 is 10. So we come here and state x equals minus 4 plus minus 10 all over 6. Either x should be negative 4 plus 10 all over 6 all over 3. Choice B. Choice B is the correct one. You can compare that. 1 and x is negative 7. Negative 7 being 2 into negative 14 7 times. 2 into 6 3 times. Negative 7. So the correct choice is choice B. The value of x is 1 or x is negative 7 all over 3. So my emphasis still is that there is no guesswork. We must know what we are doing, and we are just trying to learn that. August 2025. Now, so far so good. August 2025. Now, so far so good. Don't know if there is one last on equations. And the approach we are taking is the best, where we use past questions to learn a topic. I want to conclude it by explaining question 12 of December 2025. This is still a matter of equations. I would like to explain question number 12, the one I'm sharing. It is related to what we have been doing. Therefore, it is a better way to conclude on equations. It is one and the same concept, but now this one is not about quadratic formula method, but factorization method. By the way, in other words, we are just looking at solving quadratic equations using factorization method. So factorize the quadratic algebraic expression to x squared plus 5x. Factorize to x squared plus 5x minus 3. So now we are saying this is still quadratic in nature, and when you factorize, you are basically saying this is still quadratic in nature, and when you factorize, finding it is the process of finding the value of x, but using an alternative method which is not the same thing as the quadratic formula method we have used in the previous case. When it comes to factorization, I don't have a formula. Actually, there is no formula. But I normally say I have an approach. I have an approach, and my approach is based on this understanding. If we have the general form of the quadratic equation in this nature, ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, I say the product of a and c. AC is giving me the product. Then b, the coefficient of x, is the sum. So if you follow this, then is it true to note that in this equation, therefore, the product would be 2 times negative 3, following what I've just said, AC, 2 times the constant term. So I say product is negative 6, and the sum is positive 5. If you follow what I've just written here. Sum is the coefficient of x, b, and the coefficient of x here is 5, and that is the sum. Now, why ask myself? I need to find two numbers, strictly two numbers, which when I multiply, I will get negative 6, but when I add them, I get 5. These two numbers are, the two numbers accordingly are positive 6. These two numbers are, the two numbers accordingly are positive 6, positive 6 and negative 1. Positive 6 plus negative 1 is 5. But positive 6 times negative 1 is negative 6. Plus 6, negative 1. What should I do with that? I now come here and restate the equation as follows. Retaining the first term as it is, 2x squared. Replace the second term with the two numbers you identified without any restriction on which one you pick first. So let me say there is negative 1, so I put minus x. There is positive 6, I put plus 6x. Then retain this constant term, minus 3, and I can now equate to 0. Then I introduce the brackets. I want to repeat what I've done. Once I've identified the two numbers, I will use the two numbers to replace the second term, but placing x to them, to the two numbers. So that is what I did. I'm replacing the second term, but retaining first term. So that is what I did. I'm replacing the second term, but retaining first term and the constant term. Such that now, retaining the first term, it is the way it was 2x squared. Then this minus x is coming from -1. So ideally, it should have been -1x, but because it is -1, now it is -1. The coefficient is 1, of course. Minus x plus 6x is coming from the second number plus 6x. Then I retain the constant term. Now from here, we are supposed to factorize. The idea of factorizing is that you simplify as much as possible. So for me to factorize the first bracket, this is what we do. It should be, the common term is x. It is x into 2x minus 1. That is the first bracket. Plus the second bracket, the common term, in fact, it is not even plus, but minus now. Let me see. Oh no, it is plus the way it was. Let me just return plus. It changes because of the common term is, no, let me return plus 3 into 2x minus 1. Yeah, that retains the negative. Plus 3 is the common term. 3 into 2x minus 1 equals 0. Now, at this point, take x plus 3, bracket, pick one of these brackets, times 2x minus 1 equals 0. In other words, without saying much, the factors 0. In other words, without saying much, the factors of this equation are x plus 3 and 2x minus 1. Meaning, if you were to solve this quadratic equation, we will proceed, and the value of x is 0.5, or simply a half. So we have gone ahead, otherwise the question required you to obtain the factors. So it would be answered at that point. The factors are x plus 3 times 2x minus 1. But if you are to obtain the value of x, we will proceed to conclude on it the way I have concluded. So that method is called factorization method. And therefore, if you look at this problem, it is correctly answered. The factors are 2x minus 1 times x plus 3. So the correct choice is choice C. You have to be very keen. You must know. Look at, there is a very slight difference. So unless you know what you are doing, so the correct answer is not B, not A, not D, but it is C. Where we have 2x minus 1, it does not matter the order in which it is written. There is 2x minus 1. The sign must be the right side. 2x minus 1, x plus 3. 2x minus 1, x plus 3. Choice B is wrong because it is 2x plus 1 and x minus 3. Choice A is equally wrong, and of course choice D. So that is it for today. I think we'll end there, and we have been able to look into the general quadratic equations as well as the application of business calculus. And so that is the only approach to do this best, and we are going to continue. Now, about the timings, we had discussed this, and I said, according to your proposal, I'm guaranteed to be available today like now. I'm guaranteed to be available today like now. Friday, apart from the 2 Fridays, coincidentally, I have got activities running initially. And the last activity I'm doing this Friday. So possibly next Friday, I may be free because the activities I had planned are ending this Friday. So Saturday, the challenge is but we can work with Friday and Sunday and any other day which we will conveniently slot in. Because again, you also said your days vary. So I think that is what we will do. And before we meet, you can do the assignment I've given you. So that's it for now, unless if you have another concern, you may raise it.
So about the classes,
Yes.
should I update you every week?
Yes, it
Because
is
it doesn't
important.
on a Friday or Saturday.
Yes.
Timing?
When you update me, you see timing now depends, and that's what I've said.
Mhm.
It depends with your availability and my availability too.
Okay.
Because I've just informed you, like now, Fridays are good days for me and Sundays, apart from the fact that already I had activities running for Fridays up to end of this coming Friday. So the other Friday, I will be available. Sunday, I'm available. Saturday, I'm available partly. The only challenge is that Saturday, the studio is occupied fully. So what you do, share the timings, then after reviewing, because I cannot say I'm going to be available tomorrow, it may depend with the activities planned. Just like I would not tell you to attend class, sharing the time, then looking at what is workable after you have shared.
Okay, I'll be sharing the times on Sundays
It's
because
okay.
I usually plan my week on Sundays.
Yes.
So I can be sharing the timings on Sundays, and then you can choose maybe 2 days from the week.
Yes. But now,
Mhm.
can we say the Sunday is guaranteed because Sunday is not a working day, supposedly?
It's a working day to me. I'm actually even supposed to be reporting now.
Oh, I assumed. Oh, thank you for letting me know.
Yes, I actually work every day because I'm
Okay.
in the hotel industry.
Okay, understood.
So 1 day per week.
Yeah.
But then I have shifts where in the morning I might not be at work, and in the evening I might not be at work.
We will plan ourselves accordingly.
Okay, I'll be sending you a schedule on Sunday.
Yes.
You can work on your timings and tell me when we
Exactly.
can meet.
Yeah. I think that will be better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a great evening too. Thank you.
Bye.
So in our class, we talk about transfer pricing or the pricing under pricing decisions. I think maybe today what we want to do is to try to wind up on that particular topic. So we're talking about pricing decisions. And I think there was a question which you are supposed to attempt, if I'm not wrong. Just a minute. I think it was August 24, question number 1C. August 24, question 1C. August 24, question 1C. August 24, question number 1C. That was a question on pricing, which you are supposed to attempt it so that we can look at it together. So the question says that Optima Gas Limited has two divisions, Beta Division and Optima Division, which operate as profit centers. Beta Division makes a component known as token meter, which is a prepaid pay-as-you-use token device used by Optima divisions to optimize digital payment. Prior to Beta Division being established, Optima Division outsourced the component from the external market at a price of 1,600 per token meter. Beta Division has an external market for the token meter and also offer to Optima Division Optima Division uses one token meter to produce one gas cylinder, which is also externally sold. There is no other product produced and sold by these divisions. The forecast annual sales associated with the cost and capacity levels for the division are as follows. Divisions, the Beta and the Optima division. Market price per token meter, 1,500. Transfer price per token meter, 900, that is to Optima. Market price per gas cylinder, 6,500. Direct labor cost, variable cost per gas cylinder, 2,500. Direct labor cost per labor hour, 150. Direct material cost per token meter, 250. Variable overhead per hour, 100. Fixed cost per annum, 150 million, 392 million. Additional information, variable cost for gas cylinder exclude the cost of the token meter. The first unit of token meter will cost 20 labor hours to produce. However, it is known that the work of direct labor hours is subject to 85% learning curve rate. This will apply to all 260,000 token meter produced production capacity. Optima Division will continue to outsource 40,000 token meter from an external supplier at a price of 1,600 to eliminate the deficiency from the internal transfer. Optima Division has a target profit of 180 million. Number 5, the forecasted external sales for the capacity for the division are as follows. Beta Division external sales 100,000. Production capacity is to 60,000. Optima Division 200,000. Production capacity is 300,000. Required the learning curve coefficient. Number 2, in columnar format, prepare profit statement showing the operation and the net profit for Beta Division, Optima Division, and indicate whether Optima Division target profit will be achieved. Okay, so we have to know that first of all, we are having two departments here. There is the Optima Division, and then there is a gas token. I think maybe you have seen it, maybe definitely when you're talking about things like MGAS. MGAS are one of the companies I think that have been using that token meter gas system, whereby, of course, you pay, then you are going to get to use gas. If you're not paying, then of course, possibly you are not going to have any gas available. Okay, so first of all, they want us to look at the learning curve coefficient. So remember, when you talk about the learning curve coefficient, we say that it's supposed to be B. So B is usually equals to log R over log 2. Log R over log 2. You have been given the learning rate as 85%, so we're having log 0.85. You divide by log 2. So how much will that give you? So I'm hoping that we have not forgotten about the learning curve effect. So these are some of the areas whereby we say that the examiner sometimes might be applying the learning curve. So of course we did it earlier before, but sometimes it will come in such kind of format. So how much do you get as that? Are you sure that figure is correct? Negative 0.2345. So that is what I've been given as our beta. Now let us try to understand whatever is happening here. Let us come back and try to understand here whatever is happening. So we have got the beta division, and then we have got the optima division. So remember, beta is the one that is sending to optima. Beta is selling to optima. So if you look at the question, note number 5, note number 5. First of all, let us talk about note number 5. We have been given that the production capacity of beta is 260,000. 260,000. However, the sale of 100,000. So that means that they are only going to transfer how many units? They're going to transfer 160,000 units. I'm hoping that is making sense. So these are going to be external sales, 100,000 units. They are making 260, but they're only going to transfer 100,000. On the other hand, you can see that optima external sales will only be 200,000. I'm hoping that is okay. Optima has an external sales of 200,000. So we will only decide to make 200,000. Remember, Optima has a capacity of making 360,000, but 300,000. But why do you need to make 300,000 if you can only sell 200,000? So that is why they will only make 200,000. However, you have to note that they are going to have 40,000, which they are going to outsource. So this is from the third party. Since they can only receive 160 from beta, they're going to be forced to outsource another 200,000 units. We have been given that there is this problem of learning curve. So learning curve is going to affect our costing in terms of the variable cost. So can we use that to help us to know the labor hours? So let us compute the labor hours. So we say that Y is equals to AX into 1 minus 1 plus B. So this is how you get the total labor hours, where A is the total number. A is the time for the first unit, whereby you have been given is 20 hours. Of course, X is the number of units. Remember, they are producing 260. They are producing 260,000. So those are the number of units that they are producing. Of course, B is this, negative 0.25. So we are going to have the total time taken to make all these units will be 20 times 260,000 raised into 1 minus 0.25. 2345. So 260,000 raised into 1 minus 0.2345. So how much will be those hours? $14,000, 1412 hours. JK, can you confirm that figure? I think maybe yours you have made it into thousands. I think if you're working with it into thousands, of course, also you have to. I need someone to help me to confirm that figure. Okay, sorry about that, Douglas. So I'm getting that as ours. Okay, sorry, Victor. I don't know why. Maybe it might be because of the weather. That's why maybe there could have been some issues with the network issues. I need that figure. I need that figure. I don't know if I'm getting the correct one because I've been given two figures which are different. So it is 279. Okay, so 279, 337, 378. I think, yeah, possibly if you round it up, it will be 378. So these are hours. So please take note. We're talking about, you have to be very careful. Is it hours or is it the amount? So whatever we are doing, this is the hours. Now let us, maybe we can decide to compute the costs. We can do our workings maybe before we prepare the income statement. So now our workings, you can, so maybe the cost can even have beta, and then you have got optima. Beta, the cost, they have got the variable cost. There is the variable cost there is a direct labor cost, which you are going to take. There is a direct labor cost, which you are going to take 279. Just a minute. So remember, these people are making 200,000. So indirect material is going to be 250. So we're going to take 250, you multiply by 200,000. Apart from that, we have also direct labor, which should be 279, 378, you multiply by 150. Of course, this one, you have to add those 3 zeros. There is the variable overhead. You can see the variable overhead per labor hour. So it's 100 shillings per labor hour, 279, 378, you multiply by 100. Then, of course, you add the fixed overhead, which you have been given 150 million. So how much will that cost us? So let us compute them one by one. So if you're going to round off, I think you need to be very careful how you're rounding off your figures. On the other side, on Optima, we can talk about the material for the gas cylinder. So variable cost per gas cylinder is, you can have it separately, but this one is their variable cost. And then apart from that, they have got 392 million. That is on the fixed overhead. JK, a little bit of correction. Beta are making 200. So that is the production. So this is the production of the production. So they're having a production of 260. So that is why you multiply by 260. So take that into account. Okay. So don't multiply by 200, multiply by 250. So these are the ones who are making, the Optima, on the other hand, they are only making 2,500. So how much is that? So that is 65 million. What about if you multiply labor with that? That is 419,06,700. So how about this one? 279, 3,800. So you get this total. Yes, I mean, before you even add, before you add, I want us also remember that this one, so from external token, Optima are buying external token that are valued at 40,000, and they are buying them at 1,600. And remember, they can only be supplied with 160. So that gives that they are supposed to ensure that they are going to outsource 40,000. This 40,000, they are going to buy each at 1,600. So take that also into account. So now you can get this total, also you get that total. So how much are we getting as our total? This total and also that particular total. $14,984. $4,500. Are you sure that is okay? This is 150. This is 149. So this is even less than this. They have not included this 150. Then it's supposed to be 150. So 284. Yeah, it's not 15, it's 150, yeah. Can even confirm from that particular question, you have been given the fixed cost per annum is 150 million. So this is going to give you 284. So what about that one? So if you multiply this, how much do you get on that? So then probably give us 500. That's 500 million. And then this one is 64. So how much will be that total? So 956 million. Of course, now maybe from this point now, maybe you can make them in thousands. I think now even if you start to round them off, maybe that one might be easier. Okay, so now we prepare the income statement. So we have the income statement. So whereby we have beta, and then we have optima. There is the external sales. External sales, maybe if you can compute it here, external sales of beta, they're selling 100,000 units and they're selling them at 15. So that's going to be 1,500 times 100,000. I think that's going to give you how much? $1,500 times 15,000. Is it 1,500 million? That will be 150 million. So of course, this one is 150 million. So we can have the figures in thousand, shillings in thousand. So this is going to be 150,000. What about Optima? Optima, on the other hand, they are selling how many units? They are selling 200,000 units at 6,500. The market price per gas cylinder of Optima is 6,500. I'm hoping you can see where we are getting that particular information, 6,500, and they're selling those number of units. We are going to have how much? So that's going to give you 1,300 million. So that is 1,300 million. So our figures are in thousand. So then on top of that, we bring in the transfer sales. Transfer sales, remember Beta transfers 160,000 units at 900 shillings. They are transferring only 160,000 units at 900 shillings. So how much will that give you? So that is going to be 144. So of course we get the total. This is labor cost. And you have to know that the labor cost was to a learning curve phenomenon. If they are subject to a learning curve phenomenon, we needed to ensure that we have taken that into account. We take the effect of the needed to ensure that we have taken that into account. We take the effect of the learning curve phenomenon into our account, our question, and that is what we did the first thing to help us to see the number of hours that we are having. Of course, from that, we were able to get the number of hours we multiplied by 150, which is the rate per hour. So we've gotten that. Remember, the overheads also are being charged per hour. So maybe you might be asking yourself, why are we multiplying the overhead cost? The overhead cost you have been given is 100 shillings, but it's 100 shillings per hour. So that's why, first of all, we have tried to compute the total number of hours that we have, and which is the same as these hours, and we are using that to get the total overhead cost, variable overhead cost. Of course, the fixed overhead we have been given, so that is giving us 844.5 million, 284, that amount. And then on the Optima side, remember, first of all, Optima are going to have to make their own cylinder before they add the token into it. Remember, you're talking about a cylinder and then you add the token to it before you sell it to the public. So they are making their cylinders first as 2,500, of course, before they add the token into it. Remember, you're talking about a cylinder and then you add the token to it before you sell it to the public. So they are making their cylinders first as 2,500. Of course, how many cylinders are they selling? They are selling 200,000 cylinders. Remember, you have been told that they have a capacity of making 300,000 cylinders, but we are only working with 200,000. Remember, that is because we will only, no, they're not producing 200, they're producing 260,000 cylinders, tokens. Of the 260,000 tokens, they are going to sell 100,000 to the public. So if they sell 100,000 to the public, then it means that they can only supply Optima with 160. So that is why Optima will be taking 160 from them. Then you are going to be forced to outsource, buy from the external market 40,000 tokens. So that is why we are having these external tokens at market price of 1,600. So 40,000 you multiply by that 1,600. Of course, that was our total cost. So we bring everything here. So now we can compute what is our profit for each department. You have to know that the transfer sales, so now we can compute what is our profit for each department. You have to know that the transfer sales is also the transfer cost. So please take that into account so that you try to avoid that confusion. Transfer sales is for the selling department. It is a sales to the selling department, but it is a cost to the receiving department. So how much is our profit? Victor, in Beta, how much is your profit? What are you getting as your profit? So that is 91.55,500. 91.55.5. On this other side, I think this one is going to be 200,000. Okay, yeah, you have rounded it up. I think, yeah, so that is mostly. On the other side, this is 200,000. I'm hoping that is correct. We are getting the same value. The question is there. That is in note number 4. Optima has a target profit of how much? 180 million. How much are they making? They are making 200 million. So it means that they are able to achieve it. So remember, the examiner has also asked you to indicate whether Optima division will be able to achieve their target profit. So in this particular scenario, they are able to achieve that target profit. So any question on that, maybe before we proceed? Recap from when about what you have done on this particular question or not, or what? That is the first point which you are supposed to be able to understand. Whenever you are dealing with transfer pricing, you have to know who is transferring to who. So Beta is selling to Optima. And then we have been given also the production capacity. That was in note number 5. In note number 5, you have been given the production capacity. In note number 5, you have been given the production capacity. So the capacity of Beta is 260,000 tokens. We are talking about the tokens that you add them to the token meter. So they are making 260,000 tokens. However, they have got an external sale of 100,000. So if they have 100,000 external sales, so then it means that they will only have to transfer 160. I'm hoping that maybe from that point we can be able to understand one another. We are together. So they are making to 60,000. Understand one another. We are together. So they are making to 60,000, but they have external market for 100,000. So they will only transfer 160. On the other hand, Optima has got an external market for the sale. They have got 200,000 units. They have an external demand of 200,000 units. So that is what they're supposed to sell, to supply to the market. However, they are going to only be given 160. So then it means that they will have to buy externally. So maybe that is from that's what I'm calling to outsource. So they are going to be transferred with 160. So they will have to, this one they are going to outsource. So they will have to outsource 40,000. Since they have to, every cylinder that is going to be sold by Optima must have this token meter. Of course, to get our time, and it gives us the total labor hours, which was 279,387. That was the total labor hours. However, we have to know that labor is being charged at 150. That is better. So we are working with Beta, assuming that we don't have Optima. First of all, just work with Beta. So beta, they're using material for 250 per token meter, and they're making 260. So that is how we got the 65. The labor, we multiply this by 150, we got that. Overhead, we look at the question, overhead is based on the labor hours, and they're charging 100 shillings per labor hour. So that is giving us this. Fixed overhead of beta you have been given, so that is how we got this total of value. On the other hand, when you go to Optima, remember, they are going to buy, to first of all make this particular Optima, remember, they are going to buy, to first of all make this particular gas. They are making a gas cylinder for 250 shillings for a single gas cylinder, and they are making 200,000. Since that is their demand, they will sell 200,000. They have got a fixed overhead of 392. That one is there in the equation. However, we have saying that Optima also have to buy. They are outsourcing these 40,000 tokens. These 40,000 tokens that they cannot be able to be supplied by Beta, they are being forced to supply or to buy them. If they are going to buy them, that is 40 times 1,600. That is giving us that 64 million. Of course, it gives us this total, and we are having that total. So this is our own cost for each department. What is going to be the own cost of each department in terms of these particular two items? That is for Beta, and that is for Optima. When you look at sales of Beta are having two sales, which is, first of all, to the external market, they are selling 1,500 and they're selling 100,000. That is how we got this 150 million, which we are using here. Then they transfer the rest. They are only transferring how much? To Optima. They are transferring to Optima 160,000 token at 900. I think you have seen also, it is there in the question, the transfer price also you have been given, 900. So that is giving us 144 of 500. That is how we're getting 1,300. Of course, their cost, there is the own cost. The own cost, I think that is what we were computing here, so that we don't have a scenario by it is going to maybe bulk our work when we try to compute it here. We have decided to compute the own cost aside and then just bring it at the total costs. However, there is also transfer cost. Transfer cost is the same, 144 that they are buying them from Optima, the Beta cost, giving us those profits. I'm hoping that is okay. Okay, so I want us to try another question here. This is November 2019, question number 2B. November 2019, question number 2B. You're welcome. November 2019, question number 2B. November 2019, question number 2B. He's talking about AZX. AZX. I'm hoping that we are there. So the question is on AZL Limited. AZL Limited, a manufacturing company, is planning to launch a new product. The new product model, which life cycle is 3 years. The following estimated data has been provided. We have got research and development, the year 1 and year 2. Production cost, variable cost per unit, and total fixed cost, marketing costs, variable cost per unit, and then total fixed cost, distribution cost. There is also fixed, I think that is fixed, because there's a disposal of special equipment that is at the end. Then present value factor, you have been given that. 1, 0.89, 0.80, 0.71, the production in units. So next, the marketing manager director believes that the customer could only pay 120 units, shillings per unit, but the finance director believes that this will not cover all the projected costs throughout the life cycle of the project. It is supposed to be November 2019. Or what about your May 2018 question number 4? May 2018 question number 4B. Is May 2018 question number 4B on that? Is it May 2018? The question on AZK Limited. It is on a life cycle question, life cycle costing. Yeah, AZK, yeah, that question. So Victor, which question is it? Which paper is it? Yeah, November 2018 question 4B. November 2018 question 4B. I think my paper might have been jumbled up a bit. Question 4B. I think my paper might have been jumbled up a bit. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. November 2018, question number 4B. I'm hoping that we are there. Okay, so what we're going to do, first of all, I remember whenever you are dealing with life cycle costing, we agree that life cycle cost is equals to, you take the total cost, you divide by the number of units. Total cost we divide by the number of units. So first of all, what we're going to do is we have to try to compute the total cost. However, there is a twist there, since the examiner has introduced the time value of money. So given that the examiner has introduced the time value of money, we also have to ensure that we take that into account, the present value factor. So we're having, can have it, that is year 0. Then there is year 1. Then you have got year 2. Then we have year 3. So on year 0, we are having research and development, whereby you are spending 850, 400. Then we have production cost. On the production cost, there is a variable cost. On the production cost, there is a variable cost. You have to note that you have been given the cost per unit. Cost per unit. And down there, you have been given the number of units. So it means that you are supposed to ensure that you multiply to get the total variable cost. You have to multiply them to get the total variable cost. But you have been given 100. In year 1, there is 100. And you are producing 20,000. So 100 times 20,000, I think that is going to be, is it 2 million? 100 times 20,000. Is that giving us 2 million? That is 2 million. Then year 2, it is 80 times 20,000. That is going to be 1.6. And then we have got 90 times 20,000. That is 1.8. I'm hoping that we are together on that. You have those figures. Plus also we have got the fixed. On the fixed, we are spending 500 each. That is on production. Then you have marketing. On marketing, there is the variable cost. Variable cost on marketing, this is 12. You multiply by 20. How much do you get on that? That will be 240,000. 8 times 80, that's 160,000. 10 times 20, that is 200,000. On marketing also, we have got the fixed, whereby you have 200,000, you have 150,000, then you have 100,000. Then, of course, there is the distribution cost. Distribution cost, this is mostly fixed. I think there is no variable. It is fixed. 120,000 all through. Then there is the disposal. That is going to occur on the final year, which is 300,000. So let us get the total cost every year. Let us get those total costs for each and every year. So the first thing that you are going to, remember we said that the life cycle cost is the total cost you divide by the number of units, and that is what we are trying to do. So if in a year, remember the variable cost, we have been given the variable cost, we are multiplying the variable cost to get the total variable cost. So that is 60,000. Uh, 25, 30. So that is 30, 20,000. So given that the examiner has given us the time value of money, so then it means that we are supposed to discount these particular values. He has given us the time value of money and he has given us the discounting factors. We are going to use that to discount. So of course we're having, there is the year, then we have got the cash flow. Then of course we can have the present value. Okay. The year, the cash flow, there is that discounting factor. Then you have your present value. So in year 0, you're having 850, 400. So that one you multiply by 1, it will stick to 850, 400. In year 1, we are having 30, 60,000, 0.89. In year 2, having 25, 30,000, 0.80. In year 3, we are having 30, 20,000, 0.71. So let us discount those figures. 27, 23, 400. Okay, just ask your question. Twenty 24. $21, 44, 200. So what is their total cost? Oh, I'm sorry, I think. Oh yeah, there is the one in year one. Sorry about that. I think there's supposed to be another 200,000 here. So it will only change that. I didn't see that research and development. There was an oversight on my part. That is 2901 400. So we can get the total. $79,36,000. And look at the number of units. It is 20,000 each year. So that's for 3 years. There is 60,000. We're going to take 79,36,000. You divide by 60,000. How much do you get? $132.27. We're getting 7920, the total, 7920. So if it is 7920, If you divide, how much is your cost? $132. So if you compare, so this is the life cycle cost. $132. And if you see that maybe the target cost is more of 120. So we're having a cost gap here of 12 shillings per unit. We would expect that, or according to the question, we have been told that the marketing director believes that the customer could only pay 120 per unit, but the finance director believes that this will not be able to cover all the life cycle costs. So you can see that the life cycle 120, 132, however, they can only pay 120. So we are having a cost gap. Maybe now, if you are the individual, what are the ways that you can try to use to try to reduce these particular costs? I think maybe the way you can try to do that is maybe try to look at the development and research. You can try to either increase the money on the development or research, or you try to do more research, to see what you can be able to add to the product, or you can be able to reduce the product that might make it cheap to produce. I think that is the first item that you can try. And then, of course, you try to look at maybe among these variable costs, maybe you have got some cost, like the production cost, the fixed cost, the marketing cost, the distribution cost. Can you be able to reduce them, or are they going to be staying constant? You can also try to look at those costs that can be able to be reduced. Maybe possibly the fixed cost, the distribution cost. What can you be able to do on the distribution purposes? We can even try to have a scenario by we change the method of distribution that we are going to be able to apply as a way of trying to reduce that particular cost. Of course, also marketing. What can we be able to do on the marketing? Will we reduce the marketing to some extent or not? Of course, we will believe that if you try to change, based on the research and development that you can do, it might be able to reduce the production cost. We can only reduce the production cost by further research and development. I think we talked about whereby you can even decide to redesign that particular product. So I'm hoping that we are okay on that particular point. Is there any question maybe before we? So I can have maybe I think around 5 minutes breather. Then we try to look at maybe I think around 5 minutes breather. Then we try to look at performance evaluation. So this is supposed to be, is it topic 5? Performance evaluation and measurement. Around only 5 minutes, and then we try to continue on that. So this is our topic 5. Performance measurement and evaluation. Every organization at the end of the day, they have to ensure that they can be able to measure the performance or be able to evaluate whether their performance are they are occurring at the best optimal perspective or not. So first of all, you can look at maybe those factors to consider when setting performance measure. The notes I think I did share today. You all know that at the end of the day, every organizations, however much after you have performed, at the end of the day, there is need for people to come and measure. Sometimes as a business, we may have got targets. So there is also need for us as a business to see whether did we actually got to achieve those targets or not. And why is it that we did not get to achieve them? What are the things that we need to do to have that? One of them is the resource requirement. Resource requirement. When you talk about the resource requirement, you need to understand that a department that is getting a lot of resources, we would expect more from it. I think they're saying that to whom much is given, much is expected, than a department which is maybe having maybe a slightly less resources. Case in point, if you have got department A and you have invested there 1 million, and then it's giving profit of 50,000, and then department B, you invested there 200,000, and it's giving you a profit of 30,000. To some extent, that performance might be misleading. However, as we are going to see, yeah, you can see that maybe department A is performing better than department B. Department also affect our performance. Maybe we have said it, okay, let us just make a loss, or maybe not make a loss, but maybe just a little bit of profit. Then the following year, we will increase it. So of course, sometimes that can be the issue. Apart from that, we also look at the relevance. Relevance of the performance measure. Why am I having this performance measure? And of course, sometimes nowadays we are a fan of social media, and when you go to social media, you will find a lot of bloggers, and bloggers just bring in every figure there. So the question is, why do you have that? If you're a football fan, you see the statistics. Nowadays, when you look at a midfielder, we talk about GA, how many goals have he scored? How many, what we call is them take-ons, dribbles, of course, why do we have got that? Are they relevant enough or not? Remember, sometimes also you don't need to have a single performance measure. Maybe if you talk about maybe by goals, who is the best player? But apart from goals, who is a playmaker? Apart from this, what about this? So we need also to have got a various set of performance measure. So that is why we talk about the relevance. Apart from the relevance, so then I'll talk about the expected short-term goal. What are our short-term goals? Why are we making this? What is the short-term goal? Sometimes, is it fair or not? Remember, if I invest here, investing here 200 million, at the end of the day, would I be expecting that this one should give me, if this is giving me 50K, this one also should be giving me 50K? Sometimes it might be unfair to B. Since B, we only invested 200,000 compared to those other people whereby we invested 1 million. So that is also need to be taken into account. So that's why we talk about the fairness. Of course, also we have got the variety of measure. So we have agreed that if you are going to do a performance measure, we cannot only have a single performance measure. And that is why we need to have got more than one. Sometimes this person might be progressing on item A, but on a particular area, you can see that he's very weak. So are we going to just accept him for where he's strong at and not look at where his weaknesses are? The same thing, so that's why we need to try to look at maybe a candidate or maybe a department that is performing on all fronts also. Maybe we can also talk about the realistic. The performance measure that we said should also be realistic. Maybe I can also say, look at a company like Safaricom. Safaricom, of course, it's a good company, but you cannot measure performance of Airtel and you try to look at it with Safaricom. Sometimes to some extent it might be, yeah, we know they are in the same industry, but Safaricom seems to be way above the rest in terms of maybe the telecommunication industry. So if you try to compare them, sometimes it might not be it might be unrealistic also. Okay, so there is some terms that I want us to try to define. And since these are some of the terms that we might find them as we continue. Responsibility accounting. Responsibility accounting. So when you talk about responsibility accounting, in this particular, the organization will be divided into departments. And these departments are what we are calling responsibility centers. And the head of that department will be responsible for the performance of that department. So if the department is okay, he is the one who is going to bear that. If the performance is bad, he is also going to be the one who is going to enjoy the consequences. That is what we call responsibility accounting. We are dividing an organization into departments, and then the head of those departments becomes responsible for the performance of that particular department. So when you talk about a responsibility center, so a responsibility center, that is simply the department which is being controlled by the manager, whose manager is responsible. So that is what you're saying, that this is just a department or a unit of the organization. That is a responsibility center. Apart from that, we have got what we call a cost center. A cost center. Cost center, on the other hand, this is also a department that incurs costs. Any department that incurs cost or that can be attributed to cost, we say that that is a cost center. It incurs cost. Apart from that, we have got a profit center. A profit center, this is a department which can be assigned both revenue and cost. It can be assigned both revenue and cost. Of course, the question is, how do you compute your profit? Remember, we usually say that revenue minus cost. So that is why a profit center is a center that is being assigned the revenue and cost. You can also have a revenue center. A revenue center, this is a center that is only assigned revenue alone. Assigned revenue alone. When you talk about revenue, you're talking about the sales alone. So that is a profit center. So there's a center that is assigned revenue alone. Then we have got an investment center. Investment center. An investment center, this is a center, or this is a department or a division whose performance is measured based on the capital employed. Performance is measured based on capital employed. Of course, it's just a responsibility center, but performance is going to be measured based on the capital employed or the capital assigned to it. So we have got about the methods of performance measure. So the methods we have got financial, and also we have non-financial. There is a financial measure, and then we have got the non-financial measure. So today we are going to introduce the financial measure. Financial performance measure, the financial performance measure. So when we talk about financial performance measure, this one tends to concentrate on the financial aspects of the organization. They concentrate on the financial aspect of the organization. So in this particular point, we will discuss three. One of them is return on investment, ROI. Number two, we have got residual income, RI. And then number three, we have got EVA, economic value added. So those three are the ones that we are going to discuss when you're dealing with the performance measure. The financial performance measure. So we are going to investment, ROI. Return on investment, which you call the ROI, return on investment, if you call ROI. So this is I said that this is a measure that expresses the divisional profit or the division of profit as a percentage of capital employed. It is a method that expresses the divisional profit as a percentage of capital employed, as a percentage of capital employed. So how do you measure ROI? So ROI is equals to just have the divisional profit, or you can have the profit divided by capital employed. Of course, you multiply by 100. The profit over capital employed, you multiply by 100. So when you talk about the profit, remember these are centers or a division. So we are talking about the profit in that particular perspective. Please take into account that capital employed performance of two different departments. It will allow us to compare the performance of Department A and Department B. So that is one of the advantages of having these. Apart from that, aggregation of ROI is very convenient. So we can be able to find it, and it's also very convenient. Then also, as a disadvantage, what you can say as a disadvantage is that when you're using ROI, it needs to be able to consider that different departments or different investments have got different risk perspectives, which it tends not to take into consideration. We have to note that maybe a person selling coffee do not go through the same reality that a person selling, let's say, is it what? Irish potato goes through. Person selling sugarcane might not be going through the same hardship as a person selling milk. So we cannot measure them and compare them using the same measure. So that is sometimes ROI do not take that into account. Of course, also it might also give that misleading perspective. Of course, we will look at that misleading perspective. You have to know that net asset of an organization tends to go down if you do what? Whenever the organization compute depreciation of these assets, we expect that the net asset should be going down. And with that, you might find the organization might be having that assumption that the profit is going up. However, it is the net asset that is going down. However, on the other side, ROI can be telling us, oh, you can see that it is improving. So that sub-optimization decision making. But I think maybe we'll see it when you look at our example. You can maybe find yourself making suboptimal decisions. In terms of, remember, given that you're measuring this organization performance based on departments, every departmental manager wants to show that he is the best. And what would happen if he's doing that? He might find himself trying to leave some project. Also, it might also find the organization might find issues with what we call the goal congruence. I think we talked about goal congruence. How will it affect us having the same goal? And then we have got the residual income. Residual income. RI, residual income, RI. So these two tends to go together as twins. So when you talk about residual income, this is the amount left to the firm, after providers of capital have been paid. Amount left to the firm after providers of capital have been paid. Amount left to the firm after providers of capital have been paid. So this is how we compute RI. RI is equals to the division profit minus cost of capital. Minus the cost of capital. That project is going to be accepted, which is as opposed to this particular one. Apart from that, also you can talk about there is flexibility in decision making as opposed to ROI. However, it will also fall into the same question whereby you might find scenarios whereby there is a sub-optimization in decision making. And also we can find ourselves in scenarios whereby the organization might have that same question whereby you might find scenarios whereby there is a sub-optimization in decision making. And also we can find ourselves in scenarios whereby the organization might have that false effect of improving performance. The false effect of improving performance, which is not actually true. So I want us to do an example. There's an illustration in that particular paper. No, the notes. That is in page number 4. There is that illustration. So whereby we have been given the divisions. So the question says that a company defines ROI as operating income divided by total asset, where RI as operating income less the imputed interest charged. So we have got the following divisions. The newspaper, you have been given the income, you have been given the revenue, and then you have been given the total asset. So there is the newspaper. So this is 1100. This is 4600. And then this is 4.9. That is newspaper. Then you have got the TV, 160,000. 6.4 information. So there is a division of the newspaper, 1.1 million income. The revenue is 4.6. The total asset is 4.9. Television is 160,000, 6.43 million. Film 200,000, 1650, 2.6. The manager of the newspaper division is considering a proposal to invest 200,000 in a fast speed printing press with a color option. The estimated investment will have an operating income of 30,000. The company has a 12% required rate of return for investment in all the three divisions required. Use the DuPont method to explain the difference among the three divisions. Advise the manager of the newspaper division whether he should undertake the investment proposal using ROI. Next, compute the residual income of each division before the proposed investment. And would adopting RI basis change the manager's decision on the acceptance of the proposed investment? So first of all, we are going to try to compute ROI. So ROI, this is how you compute ROI. You have agreed is the division of profit over, you can just have it as net asset times 100, or you can also compute, when you talk about the DuPont method, you say that ROI is equals to the division of profit over ROI is equals to the divisional profit over revenue times revenue over net asset, you multiply by 100. Of course, mostly this one will go with that. So that is why it will still remain that. However, when you talk about the DuPont method, we tend to, you can just have your answer on that particular format. So we first of all are going to compute it before department, I think is the newspaper people decided to see whether they are going to accept that particular project or not. So this is what, so news, we are having 1100 over 4900 times So I'm using this particular method over 4600, which is the revenue, times 4600 over 4900 times 100. So that is on the news. What about on the TV? On TV, you're having 160 over 6400 times 6400 over 3000 times 100. And of course, you have got the film. That is 200 over 1650 times 1650 over 2600. Of course, that you multiply by 100. So what is going to be our ROI for each department? So remember, we have said that ROI, it is the divisional profit over net asset times 100, or divisional profit over revenue, which is, this is our revenue, times revenue over net asset, you multiply by 100. Both of the two methods will give you the same answer. So please do not be finding yourself stressed, oh, which one are you supposed to use? You can use any, nobody is going to penalize you. So how much are we getting? So that is 22.545%. So that is 5.3%. 7.69%. So that is how we are going to have the performance. So what about the print? Maybe if they have got the color print machine. So if they have the print machine, what is going to be the ROI? So the ROI will be, remember, if they invest in the print machine, they are going to invest 200,000 and have 30,000 as profit. So they are going to have, remember, ROI is equals to divisional profit over 200,000 times 100%. So how much will that give you? So it is giving us 15%. However, the question is, do you think that the newspaper division will take that particular project? However, the question is, do you think that the newspaper division will take that particular project? So what will happen is that, what happens if the newspaper division take the project? The ROI of the newspaper division now will be, the ROI of the newspaper division will be, remember they are having 1100, so that is 1100 plus 30 over, they are investing 4900, so that is 4900 plus 200. So you multiply that by 100. How much will it give you? You have to note that this is the profit of the newspaper division. If they do that particular project, if they include the print machine, they are going to have to increase the profit by 30. The investment, they have only investment 900, and also we are going to have to increase because they are going to buy that particular asset at 200. So that is why we are having those two. So with that, how much is going to be our profit, our ROI? So you can see that is 20 project or not. Will they invest in it or not? They will not. And that is one of the problems that we are saying. What this particular person is going to say, that you can say that if they don't take that particular investment, their return is 22.45. However, if they take that particular investment, their return now is going to reduce to 22.15. It has reduced. So given that they will analyze it from that perspective, has reduced. So given that they will analyze it from that perspective, they will find themselves doing what? Rejecting that particular project. And that is why we have said that sometimes we might find it. Remember, this particular print machine is giving us 15%. It is even more than what these particular two departments are having. So it means that we should even take it. But because this particular department manager wants to ensure that his ROI continues to go up, he will find himself rejecting that particular project. And that is one of the problems that we face in that. Now let us compute Ri. So Ri is equals to the divisional profit minus imputed profit. Now, how do you compute imputed profit? So this is net asset you multiply by required return, or maybe the rate of return. Net asset you multiply by the rate of return. So that is how you get your imputed profit. Now, imputed interest, or what we're calling the cost of capital on asset. So news, we will have 1100 minus 4900 times 12%. That you have seen where we are getting the 12%. We have been given the required rate of return is 12%. Of course, then you have the film, which is 200 minus 2600 times 12%. So how much do we get on that? Return of 12%, and that is why you can see that they are giving us negative. The required return of 12%, and that is why you can see that they are giving us negative. In terms of there is a negative, in possibly if you are to advise these particular two departments might not continue to do their project. Or negative 200, thank you. So these two departments might not continue to do whatever they're doing since they're having a negative income. Oh, sorry, it's supposed to be 3,000, I think I'm. Oh, sorry, it's supposed to be 3,000, I think I'm sorry on that. This one is 3,000. That all answered is 3,000. And then what about when you do now the print? The print, you are having 30 minus 200 times 12%. Of course, that is going to give you, I think it's going to give you 6. Is it 6? $30, that is the profit of the print if they take the profit. So minus that. So you can see that in this particular context, you will take it. Since it is giving us a positive what? RI. Any project, any department that has got a positive RI will be undertaken. If it has a negative RI, it should be stopped. So if you use this particular decision, then you will tell them to continue. If you use the other one, then you will not continue. Of course, if you decide to look at it for the whole the news, now we are having 1100 plus 30, so that is going to be 1030 minus 400 plus 4100 plus that minus to give you 518. So that is why if you use RI, you will see that since it's giving us a positive RI, it is increasing our RI. It is as what was happening on ROI. So maybe December 23, question number 4B. Maybe say question number 4C. So attempt that, December 23, question 4C. Just go and attempt that. I think we will start from there tomorrow. So this is a very short topic. But first of all, please let us try to understand how do we compute these particular items. Of course, the formulas might be simple, but now maybe based on how the examiner is going to have its question, maybe you might find ourselves having issues. So we need to avoid that. So let us stop there, and we will continue from there tomorrow. So have a good night, and also thank you for your time. Thank you.